Hello Blender folks, welcome and welcome back. This is Gnomes and this is another live stream. I hope this one not very long, but as the recent ones, after I've engaged in full rigging stuff of this character, Aisha, original character of mine for a 3D animation project. The mouth here is wide like that because this is for favorizing certain type of mouth, 3D cartoon mouth rigging. I'm following some prescription of documentation tutorial for mouth rigging, which is you can find online. It's the Universal Sonic Mouth Rig. I already made a rig with that sort of works. It's very incredible for cartoony expressions, but it's also very, very challenging. So I have some ideas that I would like to test here and how to implement that. For example, here you see that the mouth is not very sort of wide open, not only laterally but even up down. There's a big sort of exaggerated hole there. In principle, the mesh should be very close together in the vertical orientation, so they should be nearly M shape, but here I'm trying it to do slightly different. Let's see if that sometimes it helps the modeling and some things. Maybe that won't be useful at all, but I'll find out. So just trying to figure out that. So right now what I have been doing here is whole re-rigging of characters, so custom rig. So there's no rigify or stuff like that. This is, although yeah, respectfully, these are good ideas, but here I want to make something original. Yes, that's how I made myself into a rigger. So at least to learn about how to make rigging, right? Not exactly a professional rigger that works in the industry, something like that, but maybe in the future, yes. Very interesting. Rigging is hated by a lot of people for good reasons, wave painting and many other stuff, right? It's complicated, right? And so here, but I am this kind of guy that loves rigging. Actually, I come from 2D background, right? So in drawing, for example, yeah, I've sketched up these model sheets, right? And then yeah, non-orthographic pose, but then I've drawn on Blender, grease pencil here, the regular ones, right? And wait, this is for the cloths. We barely see. I've reduced the opacity of those things. Anyways, so you have a okay. This is so here we got. Yeah, so this happens here. I'm on some sort of layout thing. Where is the probably this happens because I was okay, here is a little bit. Maybe I did that because I was dealing with, probably are those options here, or actually no, sorry, so those times, sometimes this is very confusing, right? It's better on a 2D software. So basically if I click here, maybe these options here, they are, yeah, so there's the opacity here, some options that probably I've changed some. Okay, here we see that helps. So this is hair, side costume, front costume extra. Now I got the body. Don't you have Aisha front, Aisha side? Yes, that helps. Then you had head front, head side. Yes, because I've reused this model sheet from, okay, here we see well enough, but this is the wrong head actually. Let's see here. Okay, so this is the new head, and for some reason front head it's not responding correctly. Okay, we need to take off this light. So okay, so, I still have to figure out. It's very complicated because, you know, in grease pencil we have the colors. We have color attribute, which is different from material color, and so we can this can be very useful, but it's difficult to organize, right? I particularly find it quite challenging to get the perfect workflow for all that, right? Yeah, the lights sometimes they are just annoying as hell. So here the hair, so I separated those into different layers so I could sketch very crazily, so without risking compromising the other roughs, right, the other sketches. Okay, so yes, this is messy. Let's reopen here. So just some background stuff here. So I was saying I come from 2D, right? So background, so that as plenty of artists that do 3D, right? Then even for animators, right? A lot of 3D animators come from 2D animation. And so it would be my case. What happens that I used to sketch a lot, right? When I draw poses, right? So let's say I'm using not grease pencil here, I'm just using this. So if I draw whatever pose, right? So you see all this kind of stuff, or so that'll be a character here. You see what's happening here. Can have some lot of stuff going on, and so basically what I was doing here, doing those crazy sketches, massive sketch of character design, posing, whatever, of whichever of the characters that I usually like to draw, right? And I like to draw poses. I'd like to be able to draw all the poses possible, imaginable or unimaginable. So it's an exercise. So what I was doing actually with those drawings, I even spent more time sketching poses than actually drawing, I don't know, comics, making 2D animation and whatever. So I spent too much time doing this, and what I was doing actually doing this was 2D rigging. Yeah, so I was experimenting with poses, even if they meant nothing to the story, just rigging, right? Rigging. So that's why I'm now I'm a 3D rigger because I was already a rigger and I didn't know about it. A 2D rigger, not in the sense of digital animation, Flintstone or this cutout stuff. No, 2D rigger that you need to build a 2D skeleton, something like that. No, 2D rigger in the sense of pure drawing ability. So folks, this is coffee. So here let's start with some soundtrack. That was just the introduction. Now, if you notice, I hope you notice, I have added some data there in the information, the lower right corner of the screen. You can see if you are on YouTube, maybe you're rewatching this or watching later with some delay. So if you can hold shift and press those things on the keyboard, you can accelerate, deaccelerate the video, and that can help in those long streams, right? So what I have been doing yesterday after all this, I've reorganized the, actually let's place this one, let's place it here. Okay, I'll find it from here. Let's get it here. Place this here. Let's just rename this to this. Maybe I just leave this here, so whenever I open this, so I have this list of I hope you're hearing me well enough. Checking the microphone, everything. Alright, sorry folks. So basically, I figured out organized stuff that I really needed to do for this character to complete her, to complete Aisha. So yeah, there's a long way to go. I need the wave paint, so maybe I do some basic work on wave paint. So I get her everything rigged already, right? So here I'll have to rig the body, and maybe that would be important since I already have the base deformed bones for all the limbs, right? Maybe not the fingers, right? But we can, yeah, so I have a mirror modifier, so that will help a lot. So let's start. I don't want to use automatic waves for this. I hate automatic waves. I know it's very useful, but I just can't get I don't have the... What interests me though is perhaps to explore a technique here that I know it relates to automatic waves, but it's not automatic waves. It's some sort of envelope waves. So if I had these bones here, we see that there are this bone envelope, and we can actually, let's pick a bone here. This is not the B bone size as usual. This would be, oh, hold on. Alright, so now I'm very confused. Alright, let's make some, because there's bone envelope and there's bone size. So what is the... So the interesting part here is that the automatic waves, they use regular bone system to do the waves. They don't interact with this kind of enveloping method, which is some sort of, yeah, raw way of getting the waves to be automated in some very basic way, right? But that is already an improvement if we consider from the basic automatic waves. That would be the parent with, actually, parent this to the armature, parent with automatic waves, parent with envelope waves. So set parent to armature deform with envelope waves. And this would work while the automatic waves, I think they don't respect... Yes, they don't seem to have any property which we can edit. Yeah, okay, it's not parented. On the opposite direction, on the other hand, the... well, differently for it, the other parent thing would allow to set something like... Okay, but I know that even deformed bones themselves, they have got deform envelope this... oh no, this is for envelope waves indeed. So envelope distance, envelope weight. Ah, so I see. What is this? I never messed up with those things. This is just for wave painting, right? Not for this parenting, I think. Automate parent. What is this? When deforming bone, multiply effect of vertex group waves. I have no idea what that means. So anyways, I suspect that one of these would change. Okay, let's isolate a bone here. I just want to check, of course, the deformed bones. So if I change this, this changed the head and the tail radius. While the other change. Alright, so this is the B-bone size. So if I get here back to the B-bone and I use this thing here, envelope wave, the bone envelope, this let's see the value that I have here for bendy bones. I will swap that to, yeah, currently we have this 0.05, right? Let's give all them this same value. All right, this reproduce to the symmetrically, so I want to double that, 0.1. I didn't see if that changed something there. Let's try again. I think it won't change. If I change here though, it just changed there. Interesting. Alright, so this changed because I'm on B bone, but what about envelope? So now I'm back to envelope. It will be better if we do something here. Shift F7. Alright, so I can swap here immediately. So which is the envelope thing here? It changed this value. There is a limit, right? A minimum that it does not. Does it reset? It resets to 0. All right. Does this has it's okay? It is symmetric. All right. Then let's see. I augment from here and I go on B-bone. The B-bone doesn't change here even though we changed the envelope. And so if I am here on the envelope and I change, let's say, let's do here, and I go back to B-bone, that didn't change as well. So indeed they are separate. And if this is confusing, right? Because they could change the icon depending on the mode we are, right? So it should, good thing to report here. So, and bone size, so if I am here and I change this, that changed the opposite side, of course. Then if I change to B-bone, that also doesn't change. And if I am here and I change this, I go back to envelope, it looks like I have B-bone again. I don't see what's happening, but I am actually changing the envelopes. So if I reset, this is very bad, right? Alright, so we already realized we can So the tail usually is smaller, yeah, than the, no, the tail is larger. Of course the tail is larger because I've messed this up. Alright, so it has a minimum there, right? So interesting. Okay, so this one affects the without we knowing, but not the inverse. So this doesn't affect the B bone. So this is very sticked just on doing B bones apparently. Oh, there's one thing I didn't test. So we are here. So let's say pick this bone. We have an envelope here of 0.1. Then let's go on B bone. Let's go on envelope, and it doesn't change. Yeah, so we got the idea. Let's reset here. Just not reset, just going back. So now I can probably, so I don't understand really why two of these things. In principle, I believe the envelope would be for how extensive we'll get the wave painting. But then what about this thing? Isn't that, and how do we, okay, so they work in sync, right? So this is strange. So we can instead just work from here. It's easier. Pick the bone and I don't know what this means. Oh, of course I know. This is just the, you see the envelope. I'm shaping the envelope. So it has, I think it has nothing to do with this, with the origin area here. It's not like a minimum area. I'm just changing the, you see. So if I want to make them equal, how do you do that? Always here. Oh, okay. I need to, this is strange. Okay, go up or down, hold, and then move to the side. Okay, so now they have these, they are this alignment, right? I'd like to have more waves on here than on the, I'm not even sure, right? So this is, and I can do a different thing in the middle, right, with the same bone. So this is, I'm unsure how that should work, right? And then for the bone envelope, we can do something like that. And then let's see from all angles, that should be fine. Maybe I don't want this. Let's reduce here to that. There's even go to 0, but that should be wrong. Oh yeah, we can. Okay, no, sometimes it go to 0, sometimes not. Anyways, then here we can get some value like here. All right. Looks like we have some lost there. Let's expand this just a little more. Maybe this doesn't need to be that big. Let's try it here. All right, let's save, and now let's maybe augment this a little more. The placement of the bone is a bit strange, so let's accept this and see what happens. Although this is kind of crappy, right? I don't no, what I'm doing, not wave painting. I want just to parent. Yeah, okay, let's do Control P, parent. No, it's here, and then the armature with empty waves. So now we have already the armature. Let's leave it in the right place. Let's make sure there's no, what is this warning thing? Maybe this will disappear after I reset. Yeah, anyways, so sorry, it's the coffee. So here I need to drink it fast, a bit faster, because after a while, not too long, it starts to spoil. So here, after it got hidden, right, the first time, it's become toxic. Okay, so here I didn't know about this, about that. So all right, we got this, but there's no wave painting, of course. So what I'm going to do here, we're going to see why it's so slow. It is lagging. Yeah, maybe it's just because I have too many softwares open, right? That. Anyways, or is this mode? Is it? No, it shouldn't be this mode. That would be ridiculous. But can never be sure. So let's check here. No, it's some sluggish that I don't know where it's come from. This is not good, but well, the rest seems to move fine. It's just selecting the bones that is sort of strange. So let's get this to, maybe it's the subdivision. Oh, the subdivision. Yeah, something about this subdivision. Yeah, I have no idea what that's about. Maybe the creases? No. It's really the interaction with the subdivision surface modifier. Okay, we don't need it. I think it won't affect the wave painting. So let's save here. Leave it off. Then let's see what happens in direct timing, right? So assign from bone envelope. So let's try assign only this selection, normal wave painting. So you see, this sounds to be crude. Let's try assign from bones. This is still very bad, but we noticed some improvement, especially regarding. No? What if I keep... No, there is a difference. Okay, we can do this. So I'm curious now to see if there is... If I go back to the... If I change that... I want to see if that affects the auto waves in some way. Okay, that doesn't affect the auto waves, automatic from bones, but it certainly affects the this one. All right, so you see, okay, basically that means if I made all the bones with the method like this, I could reach some point of... Wait, what is this one? Okay, so I have no idea what this is, and nor this is, but at least what is sure is that, oh, maybe it's the concentration, right? Okay, so here is interesting, right? We can do something. So if you if we hate wave painting, this is a strategy, right? But it's tricky, right? Because we still need to get those things right. And this can turn out to be quite bizarre, right? You see, so remember last time the part of the arm there was of the biceps maybe was left behind. And here it's very risky to get something out. Yeah, we see. So there's a lot of constraints doing this. So and this is just for automatic. So we waste a lot of time doing this. If I were wave painting, I would have already achieved that myself, right? And then there, oops, this is the wrong one. And also it's hard to pick those bone settings here because I do not control. Oh, this is not the, yeah, this is the, okay, maybe for this let's do this. This is the elbow, right? The elbow could be there, right? Then for this one, yeah, it's like entertaining. I won't say this is horrible. This is actually funny, but it's like very non-orthodox. A teacher told me that these envelopes, these were super old school stuff. I think something is wrong about this bone positioning. Oh no, there's nothing wrong. It's because indeed this elbow bone, the deformed bone, is not in the chain. So they, it's just a floating deformed bone. It is, but it's moving wrongly. So just ignore that. What I need to do here then is just to focus on, yeah. So you see here, this is bad. We got some times. Yeah, so maybe I need to augment that. Here I cannot reduce that. Maybe I can do this and then reduce. Yeah, no, it's really, it's tricky. And if I leave it, then it will probably be bad. For the hand, yeah, here I see. So it's a curious workflow, I think. But too mechanic, right? Too mechanic. It's like sometimes we want very precise things, right? But for a lot of artistic things, going more intuitive, like it's much faster, much smarter, right? And much more precise in the kind of stuff that we really need, right? Organic in this case. So here all this worked for 4 bones. Well, actually 8 bones because there's both sides. Okay, this head probably will be in a big trouble, so let's expand here. But then I have this problem, right? How can I, this will have an influence. Oh, maybe now this starts, yeah, so let's make this gigantic there. This sounds very strange. So that means that the deformed bone of the head shouldn't have this kind of length, right? So this is difficult, right? I think it will exclude, right? Maybe this is where we might want, I don't know, lesser value there. I don't know. And this is probably very bad. If we could shape this thing in some way with some control points, so that would be another story, right? Or maybe we had more control points about that. Yeah, so this is very bizarre. Okay, this one seems to be accurate. So let's make maybe here a bit larger, maybe even more. Here, let's expand this. No, not touch this one. Okay, expand here. All right. I'm trusting the tools, the intuitiveness of that. Maybe here we can expand here, compare, yeah, maybe that's fine. And this one, we can give the same value if you want, but no need. Okay, do like that, or is that exaggerated? Then there's the problem in the bottom, right? Yeah, all that. Is this bone inverted? Yes, it is. No, it is moving upright. This is deaf spine, not deaf hips. I don't have deaf hips here. Should have deaf crotch, but this is for later. Some deaf bones for many. Can I copy these settings even? Yeah, this is tricky. I think Alright, so here we got more problems. Yeah, the calf there, I think is the name of, won't relate very well. The bone, yeah. I have to just try to ignore that. And for this one, how can someone get absorbed in this kind of old school practice? Hold on, where's the chat? Oh, the chat. Okay, forgot to, sorry folks. Leave it on top. There's a always on top app for Windows 11. I think this is one. Always, I can't see the name of this thing, but it's something like always on top. Okay, then Valley CGI, welcome. Bro, I have a problem. Bone selected menu not showing. Bone select menu, do you mean this one? Be sure you are on the right mode, right? Because edit mode and pose mode are different, right? The menus are different. Here I am edit mode, I have the armature menu, and here I am on the, strangely I have some bones that didn't symmetrize correctly on some data. So bone select menu, bone select menu, okay. If you hold Alt, you can select some bones, right, that are stacking in the similar places. Shift Alt right click. Yes, exactly. Then if you want to select multiple, just hold, right? I want to include the elbow, Shift Alt, there we go. I want to exclude the elbow, same thing. I think these need, something happened that they didn't symmetrize this deformed bone, so I'll have to just apply these symmetrizations. This wasn't expected, so let's symmetrize. All right, this one didn't symmetrize. I think I need to select the bone. I'm not selecting the bone exactly. This mode is complicated. Okay, now it's symmetrized. Yeah, it's hard to visualize the heads, right? So this is tricky about this mode, but there is a shift, which is the invert thing here. Select mirror. I don't have a... This is good to investigate if the data are... Okay, let's do a... So I'm gonna read here in a moment. Add Shift X. All right, here, that's good. And for this, Control Shift X. There we go. Okay, sorry, let's say Alt click. So I tried this shortcut showing to you, not to me. Which is your Blender version? Here I'm on Blender 4.2.1. This is one LTS Blender version, right? Long-term support. Alt click, left mouse button click, right? Also, you need that the bones are stacking, right? Like for example, if I have here, let's change this octahedral, let's put the cursor here. Yeah, it's going to the wrong layer. Hold on. Okay, Shift A, Shift A, Shift A. So there's all these bones stacking here, right? Just click Alt and left mouse button click, right? So you get this menu there. And if you want the select menu, there is this here. Here I'm on edit mode, but this Alt click also works on pose mode. It's the same idea. And we still have a select menu here, and let's change this. And let's go back to the edit mode. Control Shift X. And for this one, I'm gonna just give it, it should be Shift X, but it doesn't assign, so let's give a Control Shift Alt X. No? Alright, so I'm out of option. Remove shortcut. Assign shortcut. It doesn't want to assign, so just Shift X doesn't work. Yeah, so Alt X. So okay, that'd be Alt X. I have 4.2 okay, the 0.1, so it should be the same. Two both not showing. Do you have maybe this thing here should be appearing? Maybe it's on bottom here, or this is not the header region, this is the Show tool settings. This is tool settings. No, tool settings was something else. Right click. Show menus. Okay, they are here. Show menus, yeah, so maybe you need this. It was collapsing those icons there. Maybe your interface is different, and you can always go here and load factory settings, try to reset everything. Yeah, that maybe that's a good idea. To unless you are using Blender for a long time and you have your own special settings that don't load factory, that could be dangerous. You lose everything if you don't have them noted. Okay, deleted all these bones. Let's continue here with this B bone. No, not B bone, the envelope. Let's also, why I'm looking at those not required bone, let's reset. So you have this already set, so let's pick all these ones and symmetrize. Okay. Well, Alt H, save, Control S. Don't need this. Then here, let's strange how this by connected bones it would have the no, they are still different. Why it is changing the other side? I don't understand this. Let's expand this envelope here. This can become lesser, yes. And here for this one, something is affecting. Let's augment here. This seems to be bugged, like I'm using something very bizarre is happening. Oh, of course, no, not bizarre, it's just this. That was very annoying, but it shouldn't happen. Alright, let's say that this is good enough, then let's just mirror this. It's really hard to work like that, but let's see what if that will compensate for the using Blender from 1 year. Yes, so indeed that is maybe you need a lot more time to get it in the more specific shortcuts for yourself. So sometimes just resetting. What I do myself, because of some, so I have a data list here of shortcuts. Let's say here. For a long time, don't consult it. I have a key map here. So if all my special shortcuts, they are I've placed it here. So if in case I don't know, if I lose all my settings in a new Blender installation, if I lose my file, the startup file, or not the startup, the one with the settings, right? Then I can one by one try to recover this, but this is something that is super complicated. There's no, they don't have, like, what I think would be ideal for Blender to have is some sort of like, you know where you changed the inputs, the key map. So like you'd select, you'll know exactly only the things that were changed from the default. So you have a library of only the shortcuts that you've made yourself, and then you could export that. You'll have this as a list, so with the proper names of the tools and their location, whatever. But we don't have this, so whichever, I don't even know by heart what I did change, but it should appear somewhere there, but it's not listed in an organized way. So this is quite frustrating. No, it's not, yeah, but it's just like, just in case I lose everything, it helps taking down those notes anywhere. Also helps to getting familiar with what were the changes, right? Okay, so let's see now if this wave painting would be any favorable. We got here, and let's get this. Yeah, I can go directly from here. This is like, I don't need to reparent this, but with envelope waves. And let's see if the model, why do I have, the armature has this copy rotation. This is mistake. Here we go back to the outliner. Outliner, Shift F9, I guess. Yes. So now the armature has got the body. All right. Let's see. The body is armature there. All right. Now let's see if we can so this is a personal shortcut, Shift Control Alt Z. It toggles this this thing. Yeah, so even though let's see the head. Yes, I'm curious about the head. Something very strange happened about the head, and it took a lot from the neck, so that is bad. Yeah, so you see there's problem with extremities. Some points there were never matched properly. Yes, so all that work for very little. Maybe automatic waves would have been better, and there's just no precision, right? So never do that. These bone envelopes is really, maybe it's good for certain types of meshes that don't require any sort of complex stuff, right? Otherwise it sounds really as as I was told by a professor, this is old school method that doesn't worth the effort. So here I'm gonna do as I would do manually. So those bones would hold this data there for this changed data for the bone envelope, but it won't be important because I'm not gonna re-waves with bone envelopes anyways. So I'd like to reset them though at some point, just to don't like to carry adjusted data for no reason, just because I wasn't able to reset them. Okay, maybe for the toes I don't want any more influence than that, so it could be dangerous. Can always check here that seems okay for now, and here let's take off this influence. There'll be many other ways to solve this. Probably we want some joints influence indeed. So maybe here I could use some masks here, might be safer. But it takes time to make those masks, so just doing this should be enough if we are careful enough where we put our brushes, right? Like we could easily generate rogue waves if we do something like that, right? Maybe I need more waves here. That's for the toes. Because they are too connected to the foot anyway, so I think that maybe this is better. Yeah, sort of. Here you have a tip that seems to be a little too... Also, even for the toes, maybe a little more here. Might not hurt too much, yes. Provide... Yeah, this seems safe. Then for the foot here, we want... I don't risk painting that because of the mirror modifier. Like when any person do living rigging, there are some, but there are not a lot. You can find on Twitch. Also Twitch, there are some people that sometimes do rigging, and there are occasionally, there are not a lot. Like it's not like you find every day, but I cannot right now. There are a lot of people usually doing modeling, sometimes sculpting, modeling along with rigging. For example, there's some Chris guy, I don't remember the channel entirely, but he does some anime girl character rigging with some dance. He does sculpting a lot, and then but he doesn't rig often the way I rig. He creates poses, but the characters are very, very beautiful, and he streams every day in Blender, right? And I find interesting because yeah, the models are quite cool. At this time he might be even streaming, I guess, this time of the day, but it's not often rigging. It's a lot of modeling and posing for getting sort of a 3D pose, like a statue, right? But with good shapes, so that's very nice. Occasionally I think he would still do rigging, but it would not be the focus like I'm doing here, right? And also very long videos, streams. Okay, let's try this. I cannot pose this bone because of some constraint. Yeah, I'll have to use some this is just the basic deform rig, right? Because actually I would use some helper bones and to make this thing simpler, better actually, I mean. Yeah, so probably here the joints, I think I should leave like that. For the control, I just want this. Now this is bad. I totally need that. I think I need more waves there indeed. So this was a mistake. Maybe here. Not totally sure. So we probably need. This is low poly, so it's probably gonna need some retakes there. But a better bone system will, helper bones would solve that. And here, yeah, we don't go up for the calf. This is a strange, yeah, the mesh here is deforming terribly. As of course this rotation is a lot for this bone, so this is normal to have this kind of terrible artifacts, and same then in the bottom there. So that is painful to see, but this is fixable with more some corrections. Okay, I won't bother for now. I just want the generic weights. Oh, actually, maybe this should help too. Let's try to include some waves here. Yeah, probably I still need to, yeah, it'd be better to have these massive waves here at least on these 4 or 5 there, and I think that's it. Then maybe I can take this off and maybe reduce here, not sure. Yeah, let's try this. And here there's more stuff here, making sure this are set to 1. This I cannot be sure because of the wave painting automatic from those bones. Hold control. At least it's low poly, it's very easy to get the waves in place. Here I will just blend this part here. We have a knee bone that will soon get it to be used. Maybe this will be favorable for more shared waves or blended waves. Yes, very smooth there. That seems fine. Now for this bone. Yes, so this bone here, which it's already some sort of helper bone. I'm not sure I'll get these maximum waves here, so, and probably I won't like any influence there. So for this one, I'm going to make a mask. And I'm gonna paint like, just give some value like here for every all the same color in principle, or maybe actually there are some vertices in the middle, right? So for these ones in the middle, I will give a maximum. So this is a vertex selection, which is different from mask, paint mask. Two masking options for wave painting. Let's go back here. No need this control layer. Let's bring here. We need this is one of the hardest parts to rig for the body, like the limbs, right? The joints. But actually for me the hardest part to rig, at least for 3D cartoons, it's mouth rigging. Is the hardest thing there exists, in my opinion. For expressive characters, that's it. I see, so less waves here. And that should do. All right. Then, of course, here we have a big problem on this joint, so I'm gonna simplify it for now. I have here we're gonna add more bones later. We don't want have a problem here on this mirrored, some rogue waves. Okay, we don't want the type now to be having so many influence everywhere. I'm gonna simplify this. After I'm gonna rewave this better. Yeah, here a mask would help, so maybe let's start adding here and like here maybe. Yes, all around here. That sounds to be plausible. So let's paint mask, get maximum, Control X, invert, Control I. So maybe here I just reduce I don't want influence in the middle from the type. This is low poly, so this is simpler to set right now, but of course low poly or not, it will be very hard to rig this properly for good shapes, organic good shapes. So I'm just making a good starting setup for this type. That's I need the armature. Why the armature disappeared? I've hidden it. I've hidden the layer accidentally. Clicking on the... Okay, so here I also need mask. So this one will be simpler. Just select this. Then we dissolve that. Control I. This mesh here is probably wrong, but don't care about that, so just fixing this. I don't know what's going on here for this bone. Some rogue waves from some bone somewhere. Yeah, where oh, there we go. So don't know how that happened. Just rogue wave from the foot, so this is why masking is important. If that happens and we can't wave paint that in any way, so just use a new tool, radial, with wave of 0. No, it's not working. Okay, because of course I need to... I cannot hold a negative thing here. Yeah, sadly this doesn't have a subtract. I didn't know that. So this is going to be... nightmare. I need to dissolve this from... Okay, I have an idea. So basically there's another way around, so just select this, wave paint, mask, invert, Control X, there we go. So rogue waves can be nightmarish if we don't have good solutions to fix them. Okay, here we don't want that. We want that threshold, maybe maximum up to here. And then for the, yeah, all that it's 1 waves, but we might want perhaps to reduce the, or just on the joint maybe add, for example, here let's maybe do this. For now, that should be enough. See no mas, nothing else, no more. That and no more. Then I should start be careful about this mask. So let's get this stuff, and also for the head thing, right? So this will maybe for this too much mesh, right? So that things can go wrong. Or actually, what I'm doing this where no, let's not, because I still has to inspect for rogue waves, so I can hide the mesh on. Okay, that seems safe. So what I'm going to do is that I'm just gonna hide the legs mesh, right? So I don't accidentally mess with that. Let's go back now for, and we still can use the mask somewhere if we needed to. For example, maybe here for the torso. If I had seams, that would make my selections easier. So let's just augment this like that. Okay, so this bone here, invert, Control X, invert. This torso bone should reach here it could indeed hold all this mesh here. Then about here, right? Yeah, this line here would be nice. But here I think it should not have influence on the breast. Maybe that should be the last line here. This can be bad, but yeah, it doesn't sound solid. Let's do this instead. And from this we'll have low waves from so I start expanding here just a little. That should be acceptable. And then Also, let's add here. Yeah, I suspect this won't work very nice. The low poly here is creating some problems here for this. These relations here. Alright, let's try this. Then for this one, this looks good. Then here I would, if I could mask the arms, in some way. Yeah, I have some problems with the loops here. So this is something about the mesh topology that I've made, which has some inconsistencies for best results. But so let's just add this to the torso in some blurred way. It's not really what I wanted, but that should compensate for the problems. And if I do some improvements then later on this, I was looking for that in the mesh topology, then I shall reassess this. The soundtrack has ended. Let's recover it soon in a moment. Control S to save. Keep deleting these waves here. Let's also maybe blur this part here. So I'll reinvest some waves here for this part. The clavicle and maybe even here. Here maybe, yes, all this contour. Maybe this will be a good idea, alright, and these two. Yeah, so maybe this will be a bit harsh, so let's just try to smooth this a little, that something like that, maybe that will work. Then here for the bottom we need some smoothing, maybe here. And let's make this sharper like that, leave it sharp, right? And this for the breast, I don't have deformed bones here yet, so let's just do this for now. And maybe yeah, get this. Let's get less selection here. Let's paint this as a something like that, or maybe less. Let's compare with this. Okay, so this is getting maximum waves anyways, but then when I add deform bones for the boobs, then particularly for that, then it will do they will do the rest. And soundtrack here also. Some interruption that Alright, let's go back. The neck bone here. So I'm doing all this just to correct the no, I'm adding the waves, right, anyways, but I'm having to correct the automatic waves, right, from the even what should be a better automatic waves, but it wasn't. The how do you call that, the envelope waves. So in the end I would have better started from scratch, right, entirely wave painting from scratch. It's how I usually do. It's not that I love wave painting, no, but usually is what I prefer to do, because it offers more control. There is another rigging technique. I have a rigger who does that. I'm learning rigging. I think your past video or videos videos help. Yeah, I have some tutorials too. The live stream are just too yeah, the last one was a lot of complicated armature stuff, but essentially the most important thing, do you know about Rigify add-on? It's inbuilt, right? So you can just start to investigate how that works. The great thing about the Rigify add-on, besides the automation, right, is that it offers preset armature skeleton. You have to generate the rig, but then if you start to see how the final generated armature works for animation, for 3D animation, right, then you can see the features, what would be like more conventional features for 3D animation inside Blender, or and also for rigging, right? Which kind of rigging features are good to have? Because one of the fundamental problems of rigging is like, okay, what I am rigging for? Is that a rigging for game engine? Is it a rigging for 3D animation, maybe inside Blender only? Is it a rigging for just posing a model without animation, without 3D animation? So that this makes the rig with different purposes, slightly different purpose, and that makes the rig, because if you make a rig like that is too personalized, maybe, and even if it's a conventional rig, there would be animators who will complain about the rig because it's not for them. Like they need to adapt to the features, and even people bring, this is a great feature, but then you show that to an animator and, well, I don't need that feature. It just creates more complication to animating the character. Or no, the animator sells that particular, And if you are a 3D animator as well, then you can have better interaction between, at least from a personal point of view, right? So outside perspective is important, right? Yes, I know it. Yeah, so Rigify add-on. There's even an implementation which is Cloud Rig. It's free, so it used to be an extension of Rigify, and then it adds so with those things, Rigify, I think it's very bad for learning rigging. Actually, I can't stand it. Like you see the generated rig, it's too much stuff. It's ultra complicated, maybe even excessively complicated, but it gets the job done. Certain features there, I'd say, are more worth the study than others. And then for example, there's the tweak, and so tweak bones that can be used, but there are tutorials which will then tell. So I don't I still have things to learn regarding the features of Rigify add-on. So recently I've learned from another tutorial. I've showed where a guy explains how to make like a switch. It's a I key F key switch. I've just learned that. Of course, it should be based on Rigify add-on or some improvements, I don't know. So this tutorial here, and there is one part here that interests me with drivers. So I've implemented this trick, and I have these trick bones that I have a driver. I've sort of got the idea, and this relates to some things that we already can do on Rigify add-on, provided we have, for example, a solution like this one, which I've just found today. It is a tweak. Yeah, so this is another good tutorial. This is for 3D animation, but it's also for rigging. So they're interacting, right? So basically here is how to pin knees and shoulder during 3D animation. If I'm not wrong, he's using a Rigify rig, generated rig, and that because it has the tweak bones, the armature looks like that. So these are not exactly tweak bones as those in the how do you say, in the Rigify add-on, but they would do the same thing. And then we have the big complication in some rigs, advanced, more complicated rigs, that is the layering. So you have bones layering over bone layering, and that makes rigging can make rigging extremely confusing. If especially when we start learning rigging, right? There are many purposes of why making chains, right? Or even bone layers, because here's a deformed bone layer, right? But this is not necessarily a bone chain. No, this is not a bone chain. It could be, but I decided, at least for now, that it won't be a bone chain. So that allows us to have the deformed bones with some feature that will work with the tweak thing for this joint snapping, which is the stretch to bone constraint. So this I've learned from a tutorial, another guy that makes some complicated tutorials that make courses, right? In one of his videos he explains about this stretch 2, but actually this stretch 2 bone constraint used for the deformed bones is already, so it's targeting some other bone there, doesn't matter. And this is tweak feature, right? So this is was already present in the Rigify generated rig. So yeah, so there are a lot of things that are recycled, let's say like that, between different methods and different approaches. But some things are more essential than others. Some things are more versatile techniques, and I think that this is the focus. Looking for the features. This guy. This is on one of his tutorial. Pierrick Picot, I think. Yes. So in one of his tutorials, free tutorials, right? He explained this mechanism here of the stretch. I have never saw it, but that later on I found that, oh, this is regular in Rigify add-on. So he deconstructed the Rigify add-on in some aspect and then explained, right? And I like this approach, right? This is but I have never made a rigging course from him. I find that his free videos on YouTube for rigging, I think his videos on 3D animation are very nice on YouTube, the ones you get for free. But for rigging, I don't think it's a great idea, because it's more like he's telling, look, it's not for beginners. Like it's like, oh, you've made some course with me already, and so look what I can do with rigging, right? It's more like an explosion of like for who already bought his courses. It's not like the other CG Dive guy, who also gets courses, but he has free course online, at least that I know, of Rigify add-on. So he's like getting all the basis stuff there on the YouTube channel, and they are accessible content, although very long. So there are, but you can learn for every source, right? I'm just saying the truth, the truth that if you want to learn rigging with CG Dive, you can learn directly on YouTube. If you want to learn rigging with this other guy there, P2 Design, you need to make his course, otherwise you just will get some insights, splitted information that will be very hard to, good insights, but no, right? So it's marketing, right? It's marketing. So I'm stating the truth here. I'm not saying it's bad doing marketing, but I don't think it is fair for, especially for who is trying to learn rigging in Blender, right? So this is my opinion, right? If I had good marketing skills, maybe, I don't know, maybe I would do the same as he's doing. Yeah, and maybe I would be more successful. That's right. So anyways, there are a lot of cool rigging contents out there. So I think we should learn from whichever source we can, but learning from oneself is usually very difficult online. We can learn, but it takes a while. We get lost, we get confused, we have still a lot of homework to do on our own experimentation. But in the end, right, we should focus on what is what we like, right? On what is required and what we find attractive. So and in the end, right, it doesn't really matter if anyone is contributing with content, paid or not. This is good contribution already, right? So people that learn from both courses, they would eventually show certain things they learned to the public, and that's also, and the information circulates, right? So that's important. It doesn't matter where it comes from. Next year, Baklava update coming. Bro, do you know Baklava? Who is? No, I don't know. What is Baklava update? Let's see. Maybe some YouTuber. Baklava. No. Baklava. This is baklava? No. Okay. So please explain. But anyways, let's continue here. Okay. Wave painting the head, right? So okay, I have some rogue waves on the neck. Hold Control in this wave painting of the newer Blender versions will make it invert these two instead of add, subtract. So here for the head, I will. So the head, I have a different approach for the wave painting of the head. Is that I would consider the skull part of the head that will suffer less deforms by default, so and that I would paint in red, while here on some other parts, which is wrong here, I'm extrapolating, but just to keep things after I'll solve that, and some other parts so parts that are more rigid, I will wave paint them in red. And the rest of the head, which is softer, like the lower face, lots of parts of the lower face, even the ear itself, I will leave it with lesser waves for other bones that will follow up with other additional deforms. Of course, this is incorrect, right? So what I'm going to do now is that I'm gonna make a mask indeed, and let's make let's make this selection here. Yeah, something like that. Let's also select here. So I'll make so here first of all I'm going to come here, press O, Control, okay, everything here I'm gonna paint as something like here. It doesn't matter the perfect value, but it could help to simplify. So let's leave it at 0.3. Although I would make it a little more here in the center, so I'm sort of connecting here. This part will be less deforming, so I'm gonna make the skull stronger here, let's say like this, more resistant here. So this part, it will still deform, but not as much as the rest. Let's leave it. Yeah, so let's do like this, right? So here, let's just end up blurring. And if that is not good, I can also later on try to improve that. So, and here let's smooth with these other parts. And if this low poly mesh is not enough for some deforms here, you can always augment some subdivisions, right? Then here I got some news here. We don't want this. So here, this lower part, let's see where the head could be. I don't remember for this chin area, so yeah, let's make this less solid here, so do that in a moment. All the mouth here, I think we'll pick something like sample some value like here. Now this is adding. Let's change this to mix. Hold on. Sorry, thanks. So let's see. Next year, Blacklava updating coming, bro. Do you know Blender Backlava update, which is developing from 5 years for animators to create layers? Ah, interesting. Animators for 3D animation layers. I ask it, say Backlava will equal animation level with may or surpass it. I say not me. Rigging also have big chance in backlog. Is it a software or some sort of 3D animation software? CG, right? I never used if that's the case, but that sounds good. Like a specialized software for maybe new upcoming news for rigging and 3D animation. Because yes, if you want my opinion, I think that the current state of rigging and 3D animation inside Blender is like tragical. Like there are so much things going on, right? Or that could be developed, right? And we are so behind, right? Not when I mean us, I'm not even mentioning Blender, I mean CG, right? There's so much things in rigging that should be popularized, that it's not being, and that, so now let's use the mix here, because then I can set some specific value here. Now actually I'm not sure about this one. Okay, let's add mix here. This, so this will be a stronger part of the head, even though, so I'm gonna just blur these, yeah, and the ear, of course, I need to address the ear. So all these will be like, actually, let's this, yeah, I need to hide the ear. Let's fix the ear in a moment. So first let's just make this less influential. It's passing through. Yeah, this is gonna be a mess. I need to mask those things, right? So first here, hide this, hide everything there. Let's just pick the ear here from some sort of loop. let's paint these, I don't know, like this. Alright, that might be fine. It doesn't need to move a lot. Let's do a 0.5. Alright, then I can already maybe hide this mesh here. Let's also, for the armature, just these waves are unnecessary. Let's mix. Let's skip this one. I'm accidentally wave painting some other areas. I think here we can have maximum waves. Yeah, let's skip this. Now yes, the eyelids is very incorrect. Eyelashes. Let's pick this mesh here and get this mask. Let's add this 0.1. So that the head will have at least a very tiny amount of influence on this, even 0.01. Hide these faces. Then here for, let's select this. Actually, can be this. Let's paint this as some mix here, maybe some value like here. No, mask, there we go. Then maybe we pick this P for this one on select nothing, because I just have a edge ring there. Maybe this. Alright, and it's not like perfect. This is a bit chaotic. It can be better, but it's a good choice. I think that should. So this is for face rigging. So I'm preparing this mesh to be better for. So when I use other bones to deform the head. Actually, even for the lower face, this is very bad. It's too much waves for the mouth region for this type of character. So maybe I need to improve that too. Let's do something here. I think this part at least is good, but then as we start to reach for the muzzle area, it starts to get complicated. So let's do the same amount there, like this is Control Shift X actually. Let's pick this value here, and then let's this will be easy. So got here, just pick one and start expanding. This should be enough. Now let's do this for now. Mask, Control X. Let's add another one. Yeah, let's add this and maybe just blur now these extremities. So the chin line here, maybe the jawline, maybe this would be better to be stronger, but we'll see. Anyways, the bones that will deform the jaw and other parts, they will have stronger waves, so this is why. Rigging also have big change in baklava. Bro, it works. Select. Bro, it works. Select menu now visible. Yeah, great. So what was the problem? Maybe it was something about the UI, right? So I should look like, what is this baklava? I'm not familiar with is design shift provided by to create. Is that really the thing? No, there's many reference here, so sorry, I don't really know what. Apparently, to what you said, it would be some sort of software, right, for CG, or maybe it's a guy that do 3D to the animation. The content, right? What I really would like to exist in rigging would be some improvement of the skinning algorithm, right? A new scientific skinning algorithm that would help with will improve the results of wave painting, right? So currently in Blender, you know, you have the conventional skinning algorithm I call Stone Age skinning method for CG, right? Is the linear blend skinning, which is different from dual quaternion skinning, which Blender has both, and Blender also uses bendy bones and can use spline IK, so that would be spline skinning method. So there's at least 3 skinning methods, skinning algorithm that Blender can use. Not all softwares can use that diversity. Blender can, but usually we use just the basic one, the linear blend skinning, because it's more versatile. But the results of those deforms on the mesh are usually, for organic rigging, are usually very, very limited. They are horrible, right? It's like basically the skinning algorithm is not good for a rational, like, it's not how you would sculpt a body, deform a body from sculpting for, right? It's very unpractical for quality. It's some sort of mix between quality, desired quality, and speed and versatility, but in the end it really creates the need for the riggers to make a lot of extra steps just to fix the nightmarish deforms on, especially on the rotations, right? It's called the artifact. So I just don't understand. Yeah, it must be hard. The developer skinning algorithm, not software. It's Blender next year update name black. Oh, okay. So it's a Blender. Thanks for explaining. It's a Blender related thing. Baklava without C. Blender developed documentation. So Project Baklava is the working title of. Sorry, I just want to contextualize so I can understand a little more. Thanks for sharing this information. I didn't know about that too much. This documentation is tracking the level design and development or at the moment writing designs. Is it related to the new age rigging animation thing that Blender were doing, like from a couple of years from now? They expressed, some Blender developer teams, they expressed they were doing the future of the animation, right, in Blender, rigging and animation that will bring like rigging nodes, stuff like that, improvements to the critical improvements of shape keys in Blender. This seems to relate. Geometry nodes, animation and rigging, that's what interests me the most. Active keyframe animation system parenting, B-bone vertex mapping, armatures. Okay, let's see what's this parenting here. Object parents can be set via the object property manager. This is mostly different the way they handle the parent inverse matrix through compute reset or don't touch, and the object's local transforms. Interesting. Operators for assigned parent: set parent to, set parent to object, set without inverse, skip transforms. No, it's not. This is not. Yeah, was more interesting about this. Armatures, bone collection, skeletal, inverse kinematics. Let's see if there's anything about. Are they make some sort of. Yeah, I don't understand this mathematical aspect. Anyways, yes, developer Blender. So they are bringing up dates, right? So that might be. What there's about rigify rig class, feature set package structure. Okay, no, this is not for. So let's reread here. Yeah, so I'm not aware exactly. I'll take a look later more about what they would be doing, right? I'm not super positive about the updates because it takes too long. They will come eventually, right? But it just takes too long to be waiting for great updates. So what I think that is good stuff is to just get one solid version of Blender that is using. Try to learn whichever tech, if we are using Blender, of course, and like focus on. This is the trick about when there's no bone layer selected. So and stick to one version usually, or one LTS version usually. It's better, preferably. That will auto-update if we don't install from, how do you call it, this current version here is installed in Windows from the MSI file, but it auto-updates, so this is dangerous. But there is otherwise the Blender, not installation, the, how do you call, the remote, not remote, it's another name. Well, you know, either download the zip file or the MSI file. In the case of Windows, for Linux it's the same idea, but it's different files, I guess. So, and then you can either have a portable, that is the portable version, which is never changing. It's the stable one that must stick to if you have a serious project going on. And because I don't expect us to leave the LTS so far, so I'm getting this installed right now, so I don't risk like this becoming suddenly Blender 5, and then wow, what happened? My Blender is updated automatically, and then all my project is messed up. No, so then stick with a version, right? Either installed or portable that will be learn use the add-ons, right? Make sure the add-ons, if you use add-ons extra outside, they are working well for that version. Again, portable is the safest thing, so you don't risk to have an auto update of micro version that will break add-ons. That is very, very bad sometimes if you depend on add-ons. I depend on a rigging add-on, which is Wiggle 2 add-on. So if a single version, sometime here micro version iteration can break some important add-ons, so that can be catastrophic. But of course then we can just reopen the file on a previous Blender version. That should be okay. You have backup files also, right? So this is some interesting things to take into account when using Blender. So and when some updates they arrive, or they are said to arrive, then we can make some quick tests on another file, right, and see if everything works with that new Blender version, and if we can handle it, right, and then we start to upgrade to something new, right. Okay, so the subdivision is lagging too much. I think it's because I'm streaming and my computer is not super powerful. So here let's make let's make something here that will help all that I'm doing. So I'm going to make a head selection here. These are nails, I don't care about them. Not sure I'm gonna use them for this character. Oh no, this character totally uses them. So I'm gonna have this mesh as a special, not shape key, but vertex group. We'll call this hide head, sort by name. Wait, I already have this? I don't believe it. Aisha face, eyes region. No, these are messed up. Yeah, they are messed up. Let's just... Well, at least these eyelids, now they are messed up. Face lids. Yeah, these I have brows, eyelids borders. No, this is correct. Okay. Need some update here. So basically just remove. Assign. Face lids, alright, so lock this. Eyelids borders, okay, this is something inside. Eyelashes, so this is, nothing is selecting here, so we got this thing. We are going to bring, I'm gonna just change the name here, eyelids, eyelashes. This is just organizational stuff. Okay, so I need the eyelashes for this. This is simple. L material, actually it's just the vertices here. Yes, so this will be eyelashes, then this hide head, this is old, this is the new one. Let's move it here, select, oops, okay, let's assign here maximum waves, lock, so I can just do this and hide everything from the head. Do you have Discord? Yes, I have this oh, I think they'll call Black Lava the new version, some new Blender version update that is coming next year. So we're not close to that, so sort of. Yeah, I'm intrigued by knowing more about that. So thanks. Then Discord, yes, my name there. You can add me totally. Yes, it's just that. Yeah, let's try to find here. I'll share this. Where is this thing? There is the why can't I get my okay, but you got is that number there, 2 epistemic-gnomes 2448. Yeah, there we go. So you can add me there. I'll check later. That's nice to have more people in this rigging affair, the 3D rigging, 3D animation in Blender. Yes, this is a whole universe worth exploring, and the future is bright, but unfortunately it takes time, right? Right now I just spend too much time on rigging and too little time in 3D animation, but really what I want to do is animation, shorts, cinematics, stuff like that. So this is the one of the characters for a project like that. So let's get here to the arm, right? This selection should be enough to protect, right? We can also hide this eye stuff, right? So this will be the shoulder, right? So you're gonna give it some effect of sort of a master shoulder thing. So it should probably have influence, stronger influence on some areas around, not too much, but just enough. Here even, yes, why not? In these muscles here. Here I think we got... I don't want this stuff there. Okay, let's... Also, let's expand here a little. No, not that. What happened? I've pressed the wrong plus button. Alright, so now it's done the numpad. Just want to get this part here, maybe even more. Maybe this is too much for the shoulder, yeah, too much, so let's not do that. Just here below the arm, yeah, just here maybe. For here, yeah, maybe we want just some small blurring here. This is good. Then for the neck, yes, maybe a little more on this part. Yeah, so let's bring this center here. That should be okay. Next. So here we can take off a lot of waves from this part. So here we just want to focus the arm. We don't want to have much influence on the shoulder joint, but we still want some, yeah, strong influence on the arm. So this will be still the arm, but not too much on the shoulder itself, especially when it comes to the joint of the shoulder with the torso. Okay, Control 1. So here probably I would, yeah, let's make some amount of influence here. On low poly you have to make exceptions. Because you don't have much choice sometimes. But this looks good. Okay, so the maximum waves are already there. And here we can get more, maybe less waves here in the middle. Now I'm adding, let's get the mix. And then for the other area, just blur, eliminate the excessive waves. That is good. Then for this, let's go for the I can pick this instead. Let's do this first. So I just want I don't remember what I did for the Shift X. Okay, I got it. So it's just these ones will have the mix. We'll have only these ones in the back. We'll have the maximum waves. These ones will have much lesser waves. Precisely this value here doesn't, just simplifying. We could go further, like 0.7, and nah, we don't need that. This is rigging. Wave paint is usually not about getting mathematically simplified values. This is dumb. It's like it can help. If that helps you rigging, that's fine, but that is not really what will make the rig great. It's really more about the ratios. It's something more intuitive and getting the techniques right in relation to the artistic shapes. So you want certainly some sort of regularity. So for example, if I'm using this pattern here, maybe it will be nice to try to mimic it to the other side now that I'm wave painting for the forearm. But sometimes it's not good to maintain this sort of regularity. We want something more asymmetric. And so maybe what I'm doing here is stupid, and I should be doing something else. We'll find out. But since it's low poly, doing this it's more tempting, because we have very few vertices to make those decisions. Okay, so here we have a start to reach the hand, the wrist we already reached, but we have too many waves here on this joint, so we're gonna start making some. Here I have a good candidate for some getting this, and yeah, this is more likely. So I won't keep that as these very strong waves in principle, and these ones I'm just going to give this mix value there. Mix will give exactly that so it's not additive, it's not taking off, it's just setting exactly that. Alright, and so for this part we can simplify this. Let's select all this mesh here, L, so I don't, Control I, H, let's hide this, select this, only this hand mesh. We're going to no mesh elsewhere, so we're going to bring yeah, it will be stupid to try to, I don't want the fingers to be wave painted here. Let's add everything here to start with. The joints, yes, I want to add the joints, and there's row waves there that I don't know where they are coming from. let's get some mix here for this, or just instead just blurring. Alright, then here we need to inspect the rogue waves, so this will be very annoying. Maybe what I can do here is try some blurring on these borders here. The zoom is already very bad here. Yeah, so maybe there's, I need to find, I'm not understanding the joints here that I've modeled very well, so if I understand that, then it will be easier. Okay, so there is this, I see, there's this loop there. So let's use this loop as the reference, the last one, and you can blur this. Yeah. I think this might be the last one. Yes, so let's keep it like that, and before I reach the fingers, that will make it see what's going on here. An easy way to check if this is deforming like that, we go on the transforms, no, tools, options, no, workspace, where would be that, item, pole arm, some rogue wave from a pole arm, okay, that is stretching, alright. Yeah, that's oh, this got wave painted, that's why. Alright, so wow, yeah, just a mess. Let's delete this. We can see that there are a lot of vertex group here, lots of bones that got the, not these modifiers though, just the deformed bones. Control I key this. There we go. Let's lock these ones. Once check, bro. This, yes, I'll take a look there. I'll add you. Thanks. Well, then we'll keep. We start some conversation. That should be nice. So here we need to get all these bones. I think I've done this already, but apparently it was my mistake. So these bones are wrongly state as deformed bones. So let's turn everything off here. Now this is correct. Now just want this one, isolate visibility. This is Bone Manager add-on. And now all these are indeed deformed bones. So now no more of those rogue waves that were coming from everywhere, right? So here let's fix these last issues here. Basically, let's get these joints here. I'm going to get the wrist bone here. Need to use some brush to do this. If I expand, okay, there's nothing more there. So this is a condition we can do this very logically. Then here maybe, oh, there's a joint, I see. All right, it's not very, doesn't look very nice here, right? This is just one vertex that got accidentally disrupted, I guess. I don't have the armature on. Yeah, that is correct. So here, yeah, this camera is okay. Let's fix this. Basically, let's cursor to read origin. I need to select the armature. Let's go back home. Select some mesh. Let's use the dot. No, the dot on the numpad. There we go. And now we fix the distancing. Yeah, the secret is to use home shortcut. Right, so I don't want to. Okay, I have this bone, right? I just want to expand these joints. Now this is nice, all waves there. Knuckles. Ah, no, the joint is here. This is the way I place the knuckles, so this is a bit strange, but yeah, it's not very anatomically correct. This should be behind. It's already tilted in some directions. So you see this is like the knee structure. This face loop here, it's not a face loop, but it should. So here is the joint. The knuckle should be here. This is a low poly technique for joints used on the knee. It's always like, it's also like that. So maybe to solve this, to improve this, maybe we should push this back. It's not time to be doing this kind of edition, right? But I've spotted big problem here. An atomic design problem, right? How that happened? Yeah, must be careful. Yeah, some mesh got ridiculously distorted. Alright, a little better now. Also here, apparently we got some problems. If I had a better method for making this will be better, but this is sort of experimental. Let's continue here. Usually I don't even separate the mesh. I hate separated objects, separated mesh, but it's sometimes like this, right? Precisely like this. It's hard to wave paint, it's hard to organize, it's very easy to get messed up. Alright, so now I need to continue the wave paint. I need some sort of okay, this selection, can it help anyhow on the wave painting? So the selection is here. This bone is on the way. There we go. Alright, so here I see what I can do here. So let's start with getting the mix and getting something like here. Get strong waves on this surf in this on the top here, and there are very low waves on. So this is how I've done for the elbows, knees. Shift X, let's pick this back again, and Shift X here. Yeah, so this is have highest wave, so I think this would work. Yeah, probably the deforms will be annoying. It's the first time I'm rigging this mesh geometry here for fingers, mesh topology. Maybe at least this hand particularly is the first time. So what happened here? I hate that. I don't know how to fix this. There we go. Okay, now I don't have finger bones, so this is a limitation. Maybe I should be making them. Let's see. to wave paint this thing. No, let's check how this. Let's first see if the model is deforming. Of course, there are no wave paint for the clothes, but this will be for later. Okay, the hands, let's ignore the hands. There is the eyebrows are apparently not functioning. Oh, the armature. Yeah, they need wave painting, right? Let's do the. Okay, let's do this first, like a cloth rigging. So it will be eyebrows. This is easy one. I don't want any of these. Delete all groups. Oh, I cannot delete all groups. No. Sort by name. Okay, just delete all unlocked. Then let's bring. Okay, it's there. Let's get this object parented to. Okay, the armature first. Let's get it rest position. Transfer waves, actually. Yeah, actually. Control P with empty groups. There it is. Then we need this. Yeah, this is using the solidify. This is using the. So now let's get. Yeah, I don't have bones, so this will be like stupid, right? There's a head bone. Yeah, so let's use the head bone too. This and this. Then wave paint mode. Wave transfer waves, but only for the nearest face interpolated. Active layer, no, just the is the head. I think that should work. Let's see. No, that didn't work. So let's do it again. Delete all unlocked. Let's go back to that condition. Then wave, transfer wave. So by name, then just the head. No, we cannot select. Okay, so I need to Okay, let's do all layers then. Annoying. Then we have, okay, then we have this for the head, which is a bit strange, but that should be. And then let's lock this for now, delete and locked, then hold that, sort by name, there we go. Let's go now and check the deforms on pose position. Okay, we have problems with the fingers, but the legs, the rest, everything doesn't seem to be. Of course, same problem with the terrible deforms, of course, that's natural stuff. Also, just in case, let's turn on this stuff and let's get to the subdivision. Reset pose. The hair is not moving, but that's fine. We are lacking some this is parented to the head bone. All right, now okay, now it moves. All right, I was using the wrong controller. Where's the master for the... I'm pretty sure I've made a... Okay, so apparently I don't have one, so let's make add bone here. Let's get it to the SZ0, no, GZ, GYZ, no, G, why this is not respecting? Okay, let's place it there. No, let's do Shift D, let's place it there. No, this is not the... There we go. This will be master ice track. We'll change its color here. Parent this to the control head, I guess that's correct. Viewport display. In principle, yeah, they are not following because these bones, when did I lose this rig? I have no idea. So copy transforms. All right, okay, so this is the system. I'm not sure if it is working perfectly. Yes, it seems to be. So that's very nice. All right. There will be a way to deaccelerate with drivers, drivers editor, the curves. I need to investigate that, but otherwise this is working good. Let's go back to some soundtrack here. Base wave painting, is that... Yeah, that's still the problem with the fingers. And so I could give to the hand right now some basic wave paint for that, but no, let's just give this, make new bones here. Gonna shift D, no, not this bone. Deform rig. Alright, so here shift D, we'll call this what is this? Something's going crazy here, folks. Okay, apparently it's working. So, no, you see what? Oh, it's this. Nothing going wrong, just... I was using some cursor thing for whatever was going on here. So here, let's bring this to some sort of correct position. Def finger pinky, that will be pinky for this character to simplify. Then that will be 001. Yeah, it has another name, it will be the, but this is simpler. Or actually not, so finger, what's the name of that? Is metacarpal. The idea is indeed to try to bring it to some adequate orientation. This again doesn't need to be perfect. just some accuracy, some sort of accuracy is good. This is the joint. There you go. So let's shift D this. So here instead of pink it will be middle. What's the name of that? I always forget. Not ring finger, it is the not index. Well, middle for now, then shift D. So you see there's something wrong about the mesh there. My mistake. Can probably just push this down by a lot. Maybe pull them to the front. Alright, let's try this. No, it was not wave painting, it was just on pose mode. And here in index, the bone seems very strange there. Not the bone, the finger. This is how I've modeled, right? So this is not looking very pleasant. Maybe proportional editing here can make a quick fix. Alright, this might be enough. Let's not forget also the thumb. And here I'm gonna rotate this towards here. So important to spatialize properly the joint. So I was wrong here many times about the anatomy of the thumb. So what happens that the thumb apparently doesn't have one finger phalanx. It has the distal And the proximal, maybe it doesn't have the middle one, and it has a metacarpal, so it has like one finger less, one phalanx less, so that makes that the metacarpal here, there is no other joint here, as I thought. There are joints, but that will be the wrist. Basically it's like the thumb starts with a much, maybe not a much smaller metacarpal, but it does indeed, is different than the others in many ways. And so the first joint from the metacarpal would be here, and here, yes, the metacarpal origin just like these ones, but then there's just two following index phalanx, no three phalanx. So this is not a phalanx, this is a metacarpal, at least how I've seen on some documentation. And this is very important, because if you want to make, oh no, the metacarpal would be another bone here in the right. No, the metacarpal is something like this, and so this is the joint of the metacarpal on the first index, the proximal. So okay, let's continue here. So that will be, let's make one extrusion here to start with. Let's leave it here. Then I'm going to change this name here to finger phalanx middle, and I'm going to duplicate it here and duplicate it here, so that I maintain their proportion, so I can later on just change that. Let's also do this. Actually, for the thumb we'll do different. I'll align here. It's already aligned. All right, I'm gonna call this finger thumb because it's a finger, I think. Actually, phalanx thumb. This is phalanx proximal, and then we do Shift D again, distal. This naming is just for fun, because actually practicing science, not useful in directly for rigging. For rigging is better just 001, 002. That will be better. No, that is not working. Whatever then. Fine, and so this distal thumb, alright. These thumbs are probably, this phalanx probably very incorrect. Let's try to, no, not very incorrect, just trying to align this thing in some adequate way. The mesh seems very awkward there. Maybe if I connected, it would be easier to solve everything, right? Yeah. After, because I'm gonna duplicate this for the control rig. So connecting them after I disconnect them for here, but So I'm gonna make these phalanx smaller. Okay, but let's continue the extrusions here. And actually there's some, now let's not continue this here, let's delete here and just reposition the joints here. So you have already different proportions here. Now we can extrude these. Let's change these to pinky left, phalanx proximal, right? Medium, I think, middle. And middle finger. Okay. Now this is index finger. This will be confusing. Yeah. Middle. Mid finger. Too late. After another day I think about that. So here maybe we can think about these connections. I don't want the deform rig to be connected. Okay, so there's still one remaining finger to extrude here. So, okay, now that I got this, I'm gonna pick everything. No, not the metacarpals. Gonna shrink them. We see that we have some problem here for the okay, we give this orientation here. Maybe that should be enough. Yeah, and after we can, because I'm not doing automatic waves here, I don't need to position this perfectly. I can always just reposition them later on. So this is not crucial here. Let's rename here. distal. Off because of distance. Same here. Already got. Alright, so we got all the names correct. The thumb, I think it's still in trouble. The mesh is bizarre also, so proportional. Roll. Yeah, I just don't want to have this roll bigger than it's what comes after it. Well, maybe I'll have two. Anyways, that wouldn't be too much. That wouldn't be serious problem. Just little detail is just put this in the trying to meet the joint there. This can be easily achieved if I just pick here. Like that. Same here. So then we can maybe just refix this, pushing a bit more inside the mesh. Alright, that seems good. Then for this, the last ones, let's see if there's anything else to improve. That seems to be, I could do the same for these knuckles there, but finally, so now, because I'm not sure about the other side, yeah, it's not symmetrized, so let's just pick everything here, symmetrize. And are these deformed bones? Yes, they are. So here are all this collection. Now, nightmarish thing, but we will try to simplify this in some smart way if possible. First, let's just pick this thing. Let's select everything that is, no, let's select this and Shift H. There we go, no mistake now. Also, for the fingers, let's start with something like, okay, I have a better idea. Oh yes, actually, let's do different. We include the Ah, forgot. Alright, so here my idea would be to get these face loops here, add all these points here. So for instance, if I select this bone, yeah, this will be annoying, but there is a way. If yeah, let's reduce here. Yeah, I think that might be good. So add all waves here, but there would be a even better way. There is some projected. Oh, that is projecting. Okay, this is very dangerous. Constant. It doesn't work when we want. Oh, here. No, still not. Ah, there you go. All right, so no. All right, so there we go. Now we got this. So we need to get two options, right? Annoying off. Making sure we got this. Let's turn off the mask for bone switching. This is something they absolutely need to change. All right. Now, bring back here. Yeah, let's try this. Double checking. Well, checking the other side if it is nothing went wrong. Then for the joints there would be maybe some other details to cover, but that should be later. No, it's this, then for this, the thumb now, maybe we just do this, right? No. Let's try this. And yeah, so here will be a bit more challenging. And certainly after finish this kind of work with that, certainly don't forget to change here back to otherwise this will be totally disruptive to wave painting, right? Alright, so what this crap here. Yes, you can have some waves there. Not sure that it be. Also here seems too strong waves. Let's do some exception here. It looks wrong. Too sharp. Alright, let's try this then. And yeah, so okay, we can make tests indeed in real time, but I wasn't doing because I don't want to be badly surprised. So there would be a way to improve this, maybe with some operator of smoothing, right? Yeah, so probably the smoothing. This is not too bad, but it's certainly not sufficient. The topology here should be behaving better. It would behave better if I have. So that will take some time. So maybe I wouldn't do this in a live stream. But the important is that at least now the hand is not. Well, still have to make this one, right? At least we don't have more hand is going to follow the body, so at least something will not fail completely. And here we can, yeah, maybe consider picking this, and that will be our mask here. And now these metacarpals. Let's start with this one. So here I'm not projecting. They can share weight. Yeah, the idea is that they be able to share waves. So we can have max waves here and there. This is not a big problem. What we cannot have, of course, is we don't want to be going anywhere on the hand, so just on the areas that would make sense for the mixing. So the joints here, maybe a little here. Even if it's low poly and it could be bizarre, these blended waves, they would just work together, right? Without too much trouble. So maybe, for example, here we could try to blend here, because this is the middle. It will push the mesh of the other parts of the hand, right? But it doesn't need to be that strong pull, just enough so that we can centralize or have. Here, let's see if there's anything we can smooth. Yeah, we can have this kind of blended waves here. Here we don't want to be affecting the thumb that much. A bit more mix here would be nice. And Maybe here for the back, because there's already the wrist. Maybe we don't want... no, maybe we want, yeah. And then the last one. So here we can push a lot the waves on this side. All this loop here, something like that, yeah. Then and the rest we can just blur. And I can revise this later, and I think that should be good. All right. You see, I've already posed something there. Let's see now how that will work. This control bone is not very helpful right now. This might help. Maybe this shouldn't be here. Let's change this controller's position. Alt M to control. This is because of the Auto I key and the way this yeah, so the arms are suffering from a lot of deforms, right? So this is not the important. Okay, I don't have control for the fingers, right? So I have Auto I key, right? So let's try. Okay, so you see it's not so terrible. It is sort of working, and with more improvements on the so these are not really necessary, but for Auto I key fingers I think it's a good idea to have the metacarpal bones, because they give this another layer of expressiveness, you see. you can't do this kind of stuff here without special, without metacarpal. Well, it can in some other ways, of course, but the metacarpal would help a lot. But we don't need to pose it like this I'm doing here. We can just then pose it individually, or do F key, I key simultaneous with so here the chain ends here, right? So there's no parent connected then. There's nothing parent offset then, so we don't have more. Anyways, these are not the bones to be manipulated directly. So I'm gonna fix that by let's change this, make this a bigger bone again, even if it's in the center we don't see anything. We need some sort of controller better for it, a visualizer, right, a widget. So I'm not gonna bother with that right now. Let's go for the control rig and get this stuff here, right? So basically, so it's much simpler. So I'm gonna pick all these bones here and Shift D, Alt M to control. I will change them to, didn't they, oh, I forgot to pick the, okay. Alright, so let's undo this. So let's change them to these bones, then Alt M control. Somehow they weren't transferred, so let's pick by color, Shift G, no, Alt M control, right? So now what we want, okay, these chains, they are connected. I'm gonna save, so L L L L L, not U, L L L, no, Control F2, bones, find replace depth to control, right? Except that same selection, Control F2, not find replace, let's strip characters, this. Now this parenting, let's parent the metacarpals here, keep offset, is that correct? Alright, this is correct by default. So the deform is problem. We're gonna change these parents to control wrist. Now we're gonna change this to the So pick this one. This is annoying because it must be done individually, so instead let's pick all these bones and make them very tiny, even more than before. Now we can at least see something, have some differentiation here. Parent, keep offset, keep offset. This will do for both sides. Keep offset, keep offset, keep offset, keep offset. Unfortunately, there's no other way to do that that I know. At least it is mirroring, thanks to this option, I guess. This is done already. Okay, it's all set. So now the chain here, these are no more in a chain. And what I can do, although it's not necessary right now, but let's already prepare this. So it will be now. Well, I could do actually, yeah, I think I have a better idea. Let's get a yeah, let's do once for one bone here. Copy transforms, locals, no, pose space and pose space, and replace. That's it, just like that. It's a warp bone constraint. This will be for when the rig of the deform rig of the fingers will be different than the of the control rig. So this is, I want the mesh to be the fingers of the mesh will be, along with the deform rig, that will be slightly bent inwards, so that I'll have probably better finger deforms, and the control rig will be straight for the rest pose, just like that. So, but that will be doing, I'll do later. So with this bone constraint, what I do is I just delete this target, and let's pick all these bones here and Control C. Now if I go here, I can pick these. So all the deformed bones here have got an empty of this, so I just need to copy paste the problem is that the names, yeah, that will be annoying as hell. No, maybe I can get something like that, right? Control metacarpal, or alright. Index left. Middle left. And pinky left. Now I want phalanx proximal. index left, middle left, and pinky left. Proximal thumb left. I think this is ready. Or yeah, these are ready. Okay, next. Almost fixed. Phalanx middle. Index left. Index, no, not index, middle, middle left, and pinky left, last one, distal, index left, middle left, and pinky left. And so now we get all this, and edit modes, symmetrize, and in principle we should get everything in nothing changed, but this will be for the future. So I already have these things set up, and there will be some things to do for the auto I key, but setting the inverse kinematics, but that will be not for now. This is too time consuming if I have not the right idea. Also for the lag that will be required. Cloth rigging, right? Because we can do that, but it will be pretty annoying to so apparently the body is having some, is affected by the rig, right? So let's try to so basically what I want to do here would be the simplest technique. Let's go on the armature for rest position here to avoid any problems. At least that's the way that I do. Then let's pick this. Now this girl doesn't have high heels, so this system will be easier. I don't need the armature here. I just need to be to the rest position. Let's pick the body and then the shoes, wave paint mode, then wave, transfer waves, nearest face interpolation, vertex groups, okay, by name, all layers, that's fine, replace, we done. Now this and the pants or the hakama as they are called here, transfer waves, same thing, nothing changed. So of course maybe I need to get out from this mode. Okay, let's do here transfer waves, same thing. Then there's a belt. This, I think it's not transferred yet. Strange. Alright, so let's... Okay, now it seems to be conforming to all the waves that should be transferred. There's just some things that sometimes get locked and locked, I'm not sure, but alright. Yeah, there's some difference that I don't really understand. Is there any other piece remaining? For clots that I'm forgetting. Oh, this, but this already parented by to bone for now. Alright, it seems that everything has got parent, but unfortunately this might have some lot of trouble here with the forms. We don't know, I never well, the yeah, there's a lot of terrible intersections. By the way, we could also use the subdivisions. Oh, the subdivisions, it does a lot of things. Alright. Well, we can say that, yeah, there's some piece of clothes, of course, are more complicated. What's happening there? Oh, yeah, the bones are not... Something about the head bone, I guess. Some parenting thing that I forgot. Something is not going well here. I think it's a particularity about the rig of the head bone copy transforms. No, it's like the head is not moving. This what happened to the wave painting of the head bone? I lost it. I lost all the wave painting? No, I don't believe it. No, this is the cloth. It's something. Somehow I've lost the wave painting for the head bone. I have no idea how that happened. Well, the neck is still there, alright. It's really... Maybe I wave paint the head with another accidental bone. Let's check here. Investigate that mesh. Death head, no, there's nothing. Yeah, all that work lost. Alright, so let's just simplify this again. I don't know seriously how that happened. So select this and the neck. Let's go back to the here. Let's select this. Let's make first select this not this, but yeah, we could start with something like, hold on. So I'm gonna pick this just to say that, well, all this of the face, I want it to be okay. All this part of the head, I want it to have less influence. Than the rest. A sign. Then I'm gonna use this as a mask. So if we wave paint, yeah, so this is much smarter than what I've done before. So I'm gonna pick this and just assign a like 0.1 on all that. Then I invert and assign this a maximum. Then maybe I can expand here a little and just do some blur like that. Oh, I'm painting the deformed neck. That is very bad. Why am I looking at the other bones also? Alright, so let this be then the... And why am I projecting this stuff? Alright, let's do this. And so the neck, we have a problem here. At least the neck is not complicated. Oh no, this was the head. No. Where did I wave paint then? Mechanism head. No, there's nothing here. Control left eye, no. Hide head, no, this is not the case. Oh, I painted a hide face. Alright, so let's change this to deaf head. And if there's a deaf head, let's delete this and get this. Something I'm suspecting there's some more bones that I just that are keep being deformed bones here. No, not the case. Okay, this one, yes. Alright, so this is working, except that, okay, the head has got this. Now finally it is working. Alright, the other bones will do the rest, and we didn't lose anything about the neck. The neck was just a Right. Let's do this as a master head. Since we can I-key the rest of the body, the spine with that. So there's the idea of bendy bones that could be interesting. Let's try here. Of course not for this, but for, yes, actually for let's see what happens. I don't expect much good thing. Some strange orientation on this bone. Oh yeah, because it is, these connections are making it going crazy. Strangely, it doesn't affect, oh yeah, it affects okay, hold on. Do this needs the control spine needs to be bendy bones to start with? Yes, if they aren't, the deformed bones don't react, and so you don't have good deforms. Well, we have deforms, but it's not as good as it could be. So this is one limitation of this why this is not bending. Is there some lock here? No. This is not normal. That all this difficulty in bending the arm. Maybe it's because of the opposite side. Right, so I was trying to figure out one solution. This is for allowing this chain to exist, but at the same time not compromising this bone. So I have like another chain, and so I could free this bone from this ugly connection here. This was as I was dreaming or sort of imagining, trying to conceive some solution. Alright, but there is this problem with, already we have a problem here with these connections because of the non-bendiness of these particular bones here. I don't think I can solve this thing. Maybe if I force... Okay, let's do it again. It looks like that we still don't have the bendiness of the deform. It's not reacting, of course, because it's parenting. It's not doing the connections. So what I want to do first is to try to make Okay, let's start with this. Now, I don't know if I can do this fix here. Oh. It was on the base. Okay, it's not bending now, but we want to bend. No, it's not bending, it's constrained by these other bones here, most likely. It is just going crazy. The neck bends, the control rig, right? But not this bone is resilient to bending. The others seem to be working. It's not too bad that this torso don't do that, but oh, I have an idea. We can, if I can't find a solution for this directly, if I make a micro bone there, yeah, so if I add a micro bone here that does this connection, then I could sort of find a solution for this problem. But I would like to figure out if there's not any other way. Oh, it is wrong. Start handle of this one is not the neck. It is the here. Start handle is the spine 3 and end is the head, is the neck and spine 2. This is I don't think this is even required, but we're gonna now it sort of bends reluctantly, but it bends. Yeah, this is a problem that I know already that happens to these connections. We just don't have, the controller doesn't seem to be that smooth. The bending seems to not respond like they could respond on. Of course, I'm missing a big chain, so this is why they are. While I pause here, I get some. I can solve some basic stuff, but it's. I cannot have the big bending like. That I can usually on other. Wait, let's get an infinite length here. Well, we can, but it's a bit strange. It's not very smooth. You see, the cool thing is that we can easily shape this. This is not so simple on other rigs. So AutoIK make this kind of stuff quite crazy. And I can stretch, but sometimes we lose some. Yeah, so here I'd like a better bending, but this sort of works. It's not bad actually. That's fine. And this is that not. These are not working yet. So let's. I think this is gonna work, folks. So let's start to get this in. So instead of automatic. I don't know here. Let's use the same target there. Head. Alright, and then can it use these targets? I'm not sure this is a great idea. I think that will work, but maybe let's use the head here then. Deform head, it will do the same thing. So this at least will be constrained to itself. So let's change here to absolute. I'm holding Alt, make all these changes. I don't have a basis here, so automatic. Here I'm not sure. Okay, let's target this one in the end. Here it lacks something maybe, right? A tip, a handle that would be on the right orientation. Maybe I should use this bone. I was using it, I wanted it for another occasion, right? So snapped. Snap from the tail with bounding box center. Special trick. Connected. Let's connect also this. This will be like a handle, but a fake one. Then here we can try this automatic indeed. And here yeah, we see that automatic is was not doing its job, right? For these bones at least. This one should work. If only we could have this, no, this is edit mode, hold on. Okay, this makes something there, but we don't care. Sort of working, but we can ignore this other one. It seems that it does, the automatic is working there, except for this one. We'll need for now to set the same bone there, right? Absolute. I don't think I can use this as a target for the of the basis. Yeah, it doesn't seem to work. Well, if I target here, no, it doesn't seem to. It's not, doesn't seem to be responding well. Okay, let's fix these ones first then. It's pretty fun. Auto key for that, yeah. This is. Hold on. Augment the chain there, chain length. How that. So there's still this little problem there. That. Why this bone doesn't respond to anything. Not automatic. Maybe this. Oh, this bone has got. We don't want this. Okay, so this is working for the. This is nice for the hips, but it's not. We can probably do this in another way. We'll see. So now we have this working nicely. And with I-key controllers, we can probably manipulate this curve even more to restrain it in some curvatures, improve on others. Crazy. So very nice thing, and it's very relatively simple. So I can pay the price of, well, if I, okay, then this is something I want to see what I can. Yeah, so to these ones we can't really have access to the hip swing. So the problem is that now this bone is locked. Oh, I see what I can do. Yeah, indeed. So let's change the position of this. I will just not, I don't want this bone. Let's this will go to experimental, not connected. I want to change this localization here. Yeah, just get this bone. Go here. Then parent this one to this. Well, no, that won't do what I really want, but that will be, yeah, it will move the whole thing. It's not gonna work. The only way would be if I could manipulate the deform. Yeah, this is why it happened, right? But then we get all moving, which is not, yeah, but no, it's not what we want. Will be something like that. Oh, the bone is still free to do something, so if I could have a sub bone like this, so let's do a shift D, parenting of this to the, of course, to the control bone. Nothing is parent to this bone, but then time to save a backup here, right? Okay, so this crude displacement Let's do this differently. I see a lot of bones here are of strange placements. Alright, so let's say like that. This will be, I don't know, mechanism hips for now. Okay, so you have this kind of displacement, but it's okay if the bendy bone gets disconnected. We can probably fix this by stretch 2. Yes, not super good, but let's see. That might be better for the effect, but who knows. Yeah, for now let's make this deformed stuff because these bones are not connected, so let's make this. Alright, then okay, so I have this, but it's not over. I want to now is what we're going to address. I'm gonna Shift D this bone, then I'm going to Alt F, so now I change the pivot here. Maybe there'll be an easier way to do this to have another bone, but then I'm going to parent it here. This I'm going to call a, well, to be a control hips. Well, this is a common hip or main hips, master hips, so it doesn't matter here. Let's just use some color here to distinguish it better. So now I'm gonna, now this is the problem. I want this bone to use its new positioning for right, something like that. I want this bone to use some special bone constraint. That would be, yeah, so there's an idea. I think I can work with that. Copy transforms with custom space. Yeah, the control hips, no, the, yeah, the control hips indeed, and local space. So that would mean that, let's hide this for a moment. Okay, nothing is happening, but I cannot move it. All right, so this is the control hips, so this is not working. Maybe this probably is incorrect. Pole space also, so local with parent, maybe, no. Okay, I think this is the incorrect combination. It's actually the custom space here. Whoa, what's that? It's the owner local space. No, it's the opposite. So custom space and target local space. No, not good. Then target local with parent. No. Pole space. No. Okay, so nothing. No, nothing of that is working here. Oh yes, before original. All right. It's because there's a rotation involved, so this is much more complicated than. So as you can see, I can rotate like from this pivot point. Although, hold on. Oh, the bone is going upside down. Is that correct? But if it's doing so, it is not changing anything. So, oh, we see it has something going crazy. So this is probably about the rotations or. Okay, local space, this solves the thing, but there's still this problem here that it should be moving this bone too. So, but if I move this bone, because they're a bendy bone, no. As soon as I move this bone, it will move all the, yeah, so I cannot touch this. And so this is causing a problem for the mesh. So if this carries any deforms under, for the crotch. Of course, this should be led by not this bone, but so I should not connect stuff to this. It should be an end chain, a dead end, if I do this way, of course. And of course this is all because I want to reproduce this thing that has this joint there, but it's not necessary. There are other ways to achieve the same thing. Basically it's just a bone. I think that it's just about enabling a how do you call it, pivot point right here. So what I wanted to try is, can I so I can achieve this by just changing the pivot point of rotation, right? So I don't need this this setup with extra bones. It does the same thing. So it's not it's not necessary to have this kind of setup. So I'm going to, but that works. At least we've checked. What I really want to do, so I have a bone like this that would control. So now this is more interesting because maybe I can, because I have these master hips. So maybe the master hips should be the one doing this. So I don't need these common hips. And then this can probably be parent to this, it's already. While this can be parent to, maybe this one could be parent to this for now. And then all I need to do is to do that, right? Which is a bit tricky. And center of gravity, this is not doing what it should, because I think some parenting there was lost, I guess. These bones have, why they have this old parenting? No, they are not parent to anything. Okay, let's just parent this to the center of gravity. So now I can, okay, what's happening? I need to enable this. Okay, this moves the character, rotates, tilts, alright. Then this does that, and this is the root bone. Alright, so this is working. Let's see what else. So this center of gravity, let's just move it. This doesn't need any specific positioning right now. It's even on the wave of other things. The hips, then this. So at least we have an idea how this can be achieved with this spine rig. That is interesting, but the only thing that is not good here is that more deformed bones should be connected here. I should have a bone that will carry this, or I could just use this indeed as a more important bone actually for controlling. Yeah, it can do that on its own, so it doesn't need its location is a little annoying though. But what is this? Why can't I suddenly... Oh, there we go. Okay, I need that. This certainly could be changed, right? So let's try to do this again. So instead of copy transforms, yeah, it's not annoying to be picking these things, so we really want some automation here to work, so it's not so dumb to do a tricky setup here. We're gonna change the color here as some sort of master, not master, but this, let's parent to this for now. Maybe this is wrong. So copy location. We want owner custom space. You'll use the custom space of this bone. All right, so that is the no, this is not working. Copy locations. I want this to copy the location of what? It's not exactly what it is meant to, so it's more about, yeah, there. Let's try the first the rotation here. Copy rotation. I think I'm doing the opposite, right? Or not sure. this is, anyways, this is very confusing. Usually no, it worked before when I attempted. What's the parent of that? Control. Okay, they have the same parent. I don't think this does any difference. I remember that did something. Oh, maybe, okay, so this seems to be working actually. It's just that it's just a copy rotation. So this is the setup. This would also work. But so instead would be the copy transforms. So let's try the again. So copy location. Now I'm splitting, and so here yeah, so this is failing for the, oh, there's offset, but no, this doesn't seem to be. Oh yes, there's this sort of work, not exactly as we'd like, but yeah, it's sort of, there's some sort of inversion there, not good. Yeah, it's very difficult. So I remember that I did something with just copy transforms. I can rewatch exactly what I did, but it was alright. This is like a simple setup, but it doesn't, it's not really. And then we have this inversion, which is bizarre. So replace, no, terrible. This I never know what they are up to. So in principle, before original for this would work, then have local space. Okay, local space. So this is the most accurate that I can get for now. Then the rest is just the deforms that yeah, so I need to investigate. So the problem is that this moves too much the mesh there without any consequence, right? So this is not very good because of what's going there. So I would need like a hips, pelvis bone that would make more of the mesh here moving. So something that would control the some mesh here, so some hips, crotch, hips stuff there, which this spine is not enough to handle. Maybe because of its wave painting also. Yeah, probably also because of its wave painting, but strangely it could move more stuff. Anyways, what I say now is that at least so I have some. Oh, let's reparent this to this for now. So over time I'll find a way to make this splitting, right? For the multiple parts of the spine here. The fact is that this is actually a lot of control that we have here, so the only thing that it means is that I can really move only the deformed bones, right? So without totally, so this for example is interesting, but it's not super like necessary. It's just an additional tweak that we can have that can be interesting for some parts, right? So I don't have currently one for some way to control the upper spine there, which should be very important. So this can be useful. So for example here, let's reduce this chain length. So yes, I can actually, with just, I'm lacking a controller there though, something that would connect properly the shoulders together. So this is something I need to investigate. So if I had a bone there that could, yeah, but that would be about that bone that I was talking about, not this one, but something that will control more this whole stuff there. But the rig is pretty funny right now with these instances of auto IK. It's just that this requires more investigation to make it more accurate. The stretching here can be dangerous. So maybe some limit stretching limits. Here this can be achieved by volume variation here. So, for instance, I'll adjust this later. Before I go, because I've been doing this for many hours now, I really want to get to try one last idea that I had for this control chain here. This hand, this will become problems. Let's call this control 2. Too much stuff going on there, right? Okay, this for now. Alright, so here's the question. I have the possibility of having this, okay. The auto I key is limiting me to doing something very crucial stuff. So I'm going to, what is the parent of this? Okay, this is fine. This is fine here as well. So I'm destroying this parenting, because this is one idea that I've had. So now I have my original rig here that with some amount of suffering allows to split no more than other rigs actually, especially if you consider this particular problem here. Then we need this snapping thing, right, from the right now the knee, the elbow is bound to this position, and I can do this for yeah, okay, I can do that with this too, because now this is not parented there. Okay, so I don't need to lock this, right? So this hand is already lockable. It's just the elbow that is more complicated, that would need a special lock, as we see here. All right. The problem now is, can I still use this chain for something, for the arms? Right now this is completely useless. It doesn't control anything anymore. This differently from the other mechanism chain here, which I can pose, but this is bone constraint as usual. I cannot use the I key chain here. I have to disable it with critical consequences. And even if this could be an interesting, but that will require another switcher, which I don't think it would be a great idea. There will be more problems to handle with those switchers, gradual switchers, like it's maddening. But it would mean that if this bone is connected, it is over. I cannot pose it unless I'm using this. It becomes this. So yeah, so I would have actually if I did that. No, I'll have another problem. I have to connect this automatically to. Yeah, I have to disconnect the parenting. If I want to mix those two chains, the mechanism I key chain to the control I key chain here to this bone, I need a automatic disconnector of parent, because for this to connect here, this needs connect parenting, and for this to connect here it requires no parenting, it requires just the IK bone constraint. So I don't know how to do cancel parent in Blender. It is possible, I think Rigify add-on does it. Some other features should add-ons maybe do that. Scripting, I don't know how to do this. Good thing to know. We cannot drive unparenting as of yet. So one idea could be to have a bone extruded from this something like that. Okay, parented. Wait, this is, let's do it again. Extrude. So see how cool this is, right? This is why I find that it's not a terrible idea to have something like that. But it doesn't control anything right now for the arm, right? It's just, it pushes the torso automatically. And so I had an idea that maybe I could this is parent to the other chain. Alright, this is my original rig, but if it could follow this, I could have like some sort of system that would either be here or here. Why would it even need to be here? Well, because this chain is important. It brings some powerful tools, including the fact that I can fix the hand there without doing nothing. And for the foot rig it's even more important. So there is value to this, but the parenting offset is not, so the choice of the parenting offset here or here, it doesn't really make a difference. So what I could try to do, let's assume for a moment that I change the parenting. Instead of mechanism upper arm, Control I key upper arm, and same here. Instead of, oh, this is master I key hand. Alright, so instead of master I key hand, maybe control, or even here, right? Yeah, the idea of this part, no, maybe it's better for the extremity. Okay, let's try this. This won't break the rig, it's just some variation. Let's see what happens now. You see, now this I key does nothing, but this I key now has the control. And I have some trouble with the bending the arm for some reason. And we can push even more. So there's a limit though, and push shoulder, push spine there one by one. Alright, so this is pretty cool, right? So however, I lost by doing this, I just lose the I can still offset just as before, right? And of course, if I had to reposition, right? So I cannot change the parenting of this nor of this one. This needs to be connected. And so I prefer to leave the default parenting to my original rig mechanism per chain, and here this to here. That's right. So if that was parented to the mechanism lower arm, that could create some dependency cycling. No, it doesn't seem to cause this. Okay, but then we have some yeah, it's just that now this is, it is possible, right? It is, but note that I cannot control the hand with that, while if I just parent it here, I still can do more, I don't know, I think this is better. For automation, it's more versatile. Okay, then there is the question of, yeah, so the only way maybe child of bone constraints that start to move from one to the other. So I already have a driver for the problem is none of those chains, they do the snapping thing, so they are not super versatile. Yeah, the cool thing that I could just use one of those. Instead of having this stuff, since I'm not gonna use it like that anyways, I could just have one tip here to do this. So this looks nice, right? An arm extension to do this kind of crazy thing. For some reason I'm not being able to bend the... Oh, okay, I need to not include everything. Alright. So I can do even from here, but with a less... Yeah. Alright, so this is intriguing, since there is no much more use for this, and I think that is fair enough. I've already cancelled for the legs because of similar problems. It's just too hard to do anything useful with this, considering all the limitations, right? So here, this control thing, yes, we're gonna keep that, and maybe I just keep it here, but I need to I think nothing is parent to this. Oh, there is something that is parent to it. Okay, so this is a problem. So um, yeah, so this might be a problem. So for now, let's just get extrude. So this will be control arm left. So what does it do is basically this. It's not pushing the rest of the arms, but I think this was also true for the rest. It was like that before, I guess. So maybe in the end this is not that useful because of it's just like a we can do this with, right, doing this as well, but this is it looks funny, right? Alright, so anything else? Yes, to conclude, I was curious about an opposite chain, just some crazy idea. I've tried it already, sort of gave some sort of control, but so imagine we had this with auto I key. The problem is that there's no way to connect anything to this bone, maybe through a copy, I don't know, copy location, which will be crazy, right? Will disrupt everything in the rig. This will invert this bone, this will be very bad. No, just copy location. tail. Alright, so doesn't seem to help. What was that? So this is F key, of course. Yeah, so that will be very spectacular. For other, I don't have a clear idea. I know that for the leg, that was sort of interesting for one feature that we already all know that exists, which is, well, bending legs and the character crouches. So except that the I key bone constraint allows to do that already by default, so it's super, right, much more useful. Also, hold on, can I have something that is middle term of that? Yes, for sure, a torso bone. I'm missing a torso bone here, so, or upper torso bone. Yeah, actually I'm missing a lot of things here. This, let's call it yeah, okay, so this, good. So we have so torso, master torso. This might be, yeah, they are a company. What's the real master bone here? I don't know. Need also up some upper torso bone. This is another problem because the chain of the torso is not, is this kind of special chain. So in order to have a, yeah, so there is the advantage about having this kind of I key rig. I think I have extra here. Is that okay? I need an upper torso bone that would be able to do this, but only for the upper part of the torso. And these hold on, no, I can't do this, hold on. Yes, I just have to, I always forget this. I just would have to have this kind of, yeah. So unfortunately I don't have a master control for this. It's like it's the bone itself, so I need to maybe create another chain here, something that in the middle, right? Make that very big, and that will connect everything, right? So that should be the way to go right here. The problem is that I have some constrained stuff there. Yeah, will take a little. It will be annoying to solve immediately. So let's do a disconnect parenting here. Let's scale this. No, let's also disconnect here. That maybe here we do a subdivide. Yes. This one gonna clear parent here. This one maybe I don't even want it to be a bendy bone. Scale here, maybe just very small. Then from this position, yes, it is here. Spine 4, alright, that works. Then I pick these ones. First, now let's get there, alright, then connect parent, then let's change here some stuff. Reset those things. Maybe I'll regret this, maybe I'll need this soon, because maybe the bendy bone of the neck fails working. We'll see. Then here we get this, change to here. This one keeps using the same marker. Okay, there's a distance there, but we don't need a deformed bone there, so this is, I think this is okay. Then it's a small gap. Now this and this, just these are enough. Connect here, and this, yeah, it is like that. Okay, so if I pick this bone alone, something very brutal happens. No, yeah, this is not very nice. Something about this bone here, I guess. Oh no, it is this parenting here. Parent to neck, alright, and this parent to tree. Right? Well, okay, this is working better, but not good enough. Something weird happens very easily here. Yeah, so far it's not so good of a controller. Oh, the stretch to, yeah, so this stretch to neck. No, this should be fine. Why it is not working? Oh, it's because this one also have, yeah. Start on the tree. And on the head, start on there. Still not super good. Yeah, that bone there caused some serious damage to the two and three. No, 2 and 4. No, this is 2 and neck. So on its own, it is, yeah, it's a terrible controller. It needs at least another one, and then it's also very difficult to control. So maybe this bone is just too small. Yeah, so I'll avoid this. This is just too complicated for now. The bone needs to be larger, right? So So maybe that was one of the problems. We can do this, right? So it is feasible. Pose options, auto A key, yes. This is a much better control, but I sort of miss something exactly here to be moving this stuff in a more core structure. Which, like, just one here, this will be fine, yeah. But why not a second one there, right? And there's also the problem that I would like perhaps the hands to move altogether, right? So this does that, but master upper torso, something like that. Yeah, so more investigation on this. So we'll see what we reached here. Auto mechanism, chain for spine, yeah, sort of. This is not master upper torso and other torso bones. All right. We sort of got the spine here with the neck sort of solved. Twisting features that with wave paint deform bones. Okay, this is sort of get. Then helper bones, another thing. Spine setup. Well, we can say that it is, except for some little details there. Recover the inverse. No, this is fingers. This is my homework. We're getting close to the high heel set. Ah, no, this is not for Aisha. This is for Dorothy. Okay, don't need this. Okay, one last thing, and this also. Out of thing. Okay, we did that. Shoulders rig. I think we got this. It's already working. Pelvis stuff. Okay, then some. Yeah, so you see, this is going pretty fast. Biggest challenge here, but that will be funny in the end. Try to fix this little detail. Helper bones immediately. Now let's organize what's going next just here. Okay, this is homework. Let's bring this here. Wave painting helper bones. We need first to have helper bones and decide which helper bones to use. I'll leave this for a little later. We're not still there on the joints investigation. Deform bones. Okay, twist feature is actually good. I need to check this out. Without helper bones, but with the limbs bone being deformed bones, just as the spine, right? It said other limbs too. Yeah, actually that will be like yeah, other limbs too. And this I need to check this automatic or handle. Probably handle here because the deformed bendy bones will not be connected. Master per torso. Okay, this is the control rig, right? This is more advanced. It's all related to pelvis, so just some details that I remember. There is the shoulders, so I deleted that, but let's bring it back. It's a revision, some sort of homework as well, and see if that needs to relate to this kind of rig. Need delta will be like some corrective system. So there is a big question here. Should I make change rest position? That is my big question for this rig. Probably the fingers, yes. If I change the rest position, then probably plus as a dual quaternion skinning method. That would be the fingers expose, or the Neo-Vitruvianism, which will help a lot in reducing artifacts by default, but that has a great cost in turning everything more complicated last time I tried. So I guess this might not be the case, because you can solve a lot with more conventional methods. Too risky, too time consuming, unless we cannot solve the new rig with newer techniques. Yeah, that's it. Basically corrective techniques, right? Then it makes the rig much more complicated. There's to change the cloths, to change this can cause problems for physics also, because they rely on a new rest position, maybe skirt for example. It is also more complicated for the character design, because then if you start modeling on a rest in a T-pose and the model sheet is in a T-pose, like it was in my case, then we have a model that is no more in a T-pose, like her now, even on rest position, and that is very, it causes a panacea of little complications that are not very, on the long run, this is like, even for the deforms, although it can improve the deforms by a lot, there are some mechanism in the control rig or mechanism rig that gets a bit odd, and even the deforms can sometimes become harder to understand what is going on, because the mesh is tilted in other orientations, not orthogonal like usually most limbs here, and that can be a huge headache. Wave painting helper bones. Okay, this will decide which helper bones will decide. Yes, let's push this. This eyes, yeah, the we should go for these things which might be for the face rig, cloth rigging. Maybe I should go for the expressions first. Yeah. So yeah, let's place it here, and that's it. I need to solve this thing, but maybe this can wait a little more, right? Yeah, maybe this can wait. These would be bigger problems, so maybe the pelvis, right? This can really be that late. I'll be thinking better about a solution. As the time goes. So maybe I should focus on what's really important now is the facial expressions. Some helper bones. Let's connect here after that. Cloth hair rigging. Hair rigging should be relatively simple with the physics. Cloth rigging is complicated, but maybe I can get it, except that at least the basis of that, right? To see the character moving with clothes, that should be nice. Fix some stuff, but maybe I'll have a retake because of this later. So yeah, but we can get a starting for that. I think that will work. After it's just copy paste the shared wave stuff and no big deal. So I have bones to make for hair, for clothes, certain piece of clothes. Decide which are, so this is actually very crucial because new stuff can emerge from this that I'm not totally sure, especially for the cloth, and then the clothes, and then into eyes. Facial rig is absolutely important, so I got this in order of priority, and these are like if when we complete the mouth rigging, it's like this will be like already what is below here is like it's garbage. It's this I know how to solve. It's just it's a lot of time consuming doing this. But if I don't reach this, so but I can solve the face rig, the hair rig, cloth rig, then and those little details here, then this is like victory. Yeah. Especially I'll be happy when the face rig will be completed, the hair and cloth rig, then we have nearly a good animated character, 3D animatable character, and then it's just deform rig improvements, and then I can decide better if even this choice will worth anything. And puzzle more my mind with better torso structures here. By the way, just so that if anyone is watching here, the other torso rig that I had, I didn't have this kind of auto eye key feature. I'm going crazy with all these bones, right? So hold on. Yeah, so ignore what happened to the textures. So I have these bones, you see. It is not. Alright, let's open another file. Template Dorothy might have some issues. Alright, so this rig is not perfect, but at least it has some functionalities that I can compare. So you have here, it's another system. The torso rig was not perfect. So here, this is one of these good stuff. You see the hands, the arms don't move. There are some problems that got disrupted on the face rig for some reason. Mount rig probably. But ignore that. What matters is these controllers here, which are very easy to pick, so they are nice. Here I have this stuff too, so this kind of, and this bone, this structure here, it's much simpler. No, it's not much simpler, actually it's complicated on its own, but so you see you have this deform. There is a mechanism chain in the middle. There, this is the whole spine. And so there is no direct connect parenting here connected. It's like totally bendy bone splines that connect everything, along with, of course, the master bones. So it makes a structure that is not so precise, so direct, but that has also this ludicrous bendiness, which is actually pretty nice in some sense. So if I could approximate what I had there with what I have here, that will be nice too. I can already do this kind of stuff, but I want to have more controls over the upper torso. I should, of the torso in general. So here I ended up with some issues that I wasn't able to solve because of the complexity of this of the bones involved in the spine. So this was also not totally perfect. Anyways, that's it for now, folks. So thanks for watching. Tomorrow I'll be back. I'll be back. Take care and happy blending. See you next time. Hope you enjoyed. Have a nice new week.